All right. We're back again. And we are going to keep going with the animation because I'm really enjoying this one. That being said, now we gotta kind of figure out this next part here. Gonna be a bit of work. I'm kind of okay with let me check here. Yeah, this is gonna be the tricky part here. So I need to figure out how the shape of the. I technically do have one I can base it on. Is that correct? I actually want to raise this up just a touch. It does. He does fall quite quickly, which is what you want because there's kind of a rule where you basically slow the ups and speed the downs. So let's see if I can think of this through. So it's going to be kind of like that. Actually, we can do the little pin here. It's a bit bigger than that. Let's take a look back at the other frames here. What do we get if we actually... Hey, my internet's actually being stable for once. That's nice. That's a nice change of pace. Just hoping that it stays stable. That might actually be lower. I think... Let's test it back and forth here. I think that does work. Again, though, this has to be more straight up. Maybe a little lower. Come on. We actually want this to go the other way. Hey, what's up, last name? Saki Kaki Haki. I'm doing all right. Just trying to get stuff done, you know? Trying to get back into streaming here. I'm gonna, the next probably couple weeks now, honestly, or next few weeks, I'm gonna really try to like do a lot more streaming. Because I want to get through stuff, and I miss streaming, so I'll probably be doing earlier streams and just kind of working on stuff more consistently here, which makes me happy. I'm really happy to be streaming again. Seems like it's going well in terms of setup and stuff like that. I finally fixed an issue that was plaguing my OBS for ages, and I don't 100% know what the problem was, but I had to basically delete a handful of scenes that I had created, because apparently they were causing the program to not shut down properly. Another price of celery juicer. Ooh, with every one of my dollars. Well, my owner wants to far too much prep time to ready celery juice. Yeah, if that was one thing that I got into when I was having trouble with ulcerative colitis, was like juicing and stuff like that. And I do think it helped. It was just my problem was kind of beyond any kind of help, honestly. So yeah, no, that's a good investment from what I've seen and heard. Sucked all in the juicer. Just celery juicer, huh? Or I guess celery juicing at least. I mostly did cabbage. That stuff smelled. But yeah, so OBS is now fixed, so I can actually shut it down properly, which is really nice. Oh my word, that was driving me crazy for the longest time. I ended up reinstalling OBS, reinstalling my plugins. I think I reinstalled OBS like 2 or 3 times because it kept on having issues. I had to restart my computer like a dozen times, all the while I was troubleshooting everything. It was a heck of a thing. And I still technically don't know what the issue was. Something was really confusing it. I was really afraid that my drivers for my camera, because these are technically like legacy drivers, obviously like I'm using like a piece of crap webcam from like 2002 or whatever, and it's literally sending S video out or composite out, so I have to be able to take composite in, and not a lot of modern devices or modern computers are like privy to that. So I'm kind of amazed that it works at all, but I'm just worried that like an update to Windows is going to be like, oh yeah, we that weird internal thing that you're relying on, the whatever, you know, driver support or whatever that you're relying on. Yeah, we just decided to nix that. No one's using that, right? I'm always like so afraid of that. Because like just recently, Apple completely shut out support for FireWire on their latest operating system. It no longer supports FireWire, and basically FireWire was kind of an alternative to like USB before, you know. It's not the same. It's actually really cool because it's a constant stream. It's not like a data packet kind of thing. So I actually really like FireWire. I think FireWire is really cool. But I have a FireWire card in my computer, a Texas Instrument card in my computer, and it works. It works great, actually. And I'm always so scared of that thing, like, dying, you know? Drawing an animation. And, like, kind of, the best way I can describe Apple is when it works, it works. The problem is when it stops working. And with all the crazy stuff that I'm doing, you know, I do a lot more than just drawing and whatnot. I'm like messing around with a lot of different hardware and software and a lot of legacy stuff. And so when you're into that stuff, technically there's not really a good option. There's just a feasible option, and Apple really isn't feasible with that kind of stuff. Plus their price points and stuff. It's just like, nah, no thanks. But yes, technically speaking, they tend to be more specialized in their architecture for like drawing programs and editing programs and things like that. But the thing is, like, you throw enough power into a computer, you're gonna be fine, you know? So I'd rather have the best of both worlds. Yeah, it's like good luck, right? Like troubleshooting an Apple, like it's bad enough troubleshooting a modern Windows machine because they're becoming more and more like Apple, which freaking, like I'm seriously considering switching over to Linux. Like straight up, I could see myself switching over to Linux in the next couple of years, especially after support for Windows 10 is like done, you know? The only thing I'm scared about in regards to that, because most of the software that I use is fundamentally does support Linux. Blender does, DaVinci does, Toon Boom does, which I was very surprised about, actually. So the only machine that doesn't, or the only software that doesn't, like fully, is Clip Studio Paint. You can get it working, though. I know that there's a way to get it working. I mean, it's not that it doesn't fit my workflow. In fact, I probably, like, I really want to switch to Linux. It would just be so much work. And I'm just, like, dragging my feet and doing it. I just don't want to set up for it. What I'm probably going to do is I need to figure out how I want to do a dual boot kind of setup. And just use Linux for most things. And then if I have, like, a game that's not compatible with... a game that's not compatible with Linux, just boot into a Windows 10 build, you know? But it's just like, oh, gosh dang it. Because you have to, like... Even with stuff like Mint, like I wouldn't do like Arch, you know, I wouldn't be an Arch bro. Because freaking screw that noise. Maybe I just... Actually, yeah. Let's see how this looks. So this is the movement we're kind of matching right here. So it's coming along. Clip Studio Paint, and it does work. It's just it's not like there's not a native build for it on Linux as far as I'm aware, but you can use like a wrapper like Wine, I think, to get it working. My only question is how well does that wrapper work? Like, does it cause latency issues? Does it cause weird problems in some other way? All that kind of stuff. Hello, Magi-chan. It is good to see you. I'm afraid I don't have any updates. Hoping to get to that piece soon. But yeah, hope you're doing well. Wine, yeah. So that's all the stuff that I really need to look into. So I know it can work. Like that's a big thing. I know it can work. I imagine that drivers for legacy hardware and things like my what I have is it's called like a VStream 2800 or something like that. It's a composite to USB device. I can't imagine that someone hasn't come up with a solution for devices like that in Linux. Then judge whether the alt is worth it. In terms of software, because I'm sticking to Clip Studio Paint. Like there's too much in it that's like too good for me. And plus I just invested in the latest build, or not the latest build, but an upgrade to the build, so it's just too good for my workflow. But again, maybe that's one of those things where I make it it would be annoying to have to switch over to a Windows machine in the middle of, you know, if I'm doing stuff and whatnot. So that wouldn't be the best. But yeah, as far as software goes, I'm sticking to Clip Studio Paint. I've stuck with it for too long, and you know, I'm invested in that. I could probably abandon a lot of softwares, but that's one that no thanks. The only real alternative I would consider would be something like Krita, but Krita isn't the best. Otherwise, there isn't really a drawing program that I've come across that really gets me what I want, other than Clip Studio Paint. Raise this up. I mean, what it really comes down, I mean, I'll stick to Windows 10 for as long as I can, realistically, because I just straight up refuse to go to Windows 11, because it just looks worse and worse, you know. And truth be told, even after like support is dead for it, like, I mean, I know a lot of people who stuck with Windows 7 for friggin' years after the fact, maybe even have still stuck with it, which, you know, like, the biggest concern is, you know, security and whatnot, but, it's not like, the thing is, like, nothing's really secure in this day and age. It's ever been. You just have to be smart. There are still Windows XP users out there. Honestly, like, I have a Windows XP legacy machine. I freaking love that thing, man. Like, I don't know. There's something about it. It's a dual boot with Windows 98 as well, which is super fun. Honestly, I wanna do like legacy PC streams because it has it has S-video out on it. Like, this laptop's awesome. I love this laptop. 1 second. I don't have a good way of like showing it especially, but like it has a card slot. It has S-videos right here. So that's where S-video is. It actually has FireWire right next to it. I know it's a little small. 3.5, I think, for floppy disk, and then a CD drive, and then on the back it actually also has VGA out. So technically, if I got a VGA capture device, I could have actually decent quality. But where's the fun in that? But it would be super fun to hook that up and play some old games and stuff like that. It's not a daily driver. I actually haven't started up that machine in a little while, but the battery is actually still good on it. And what's more is it was back when laptops were actually cool, because the battery is detachable and replaceable very easily. It's like, goodness, imagine being able to actually work on your own hardware. What a concept. But yeah, we'll see. It would be nice to switch over to Linux just for a number of reasons. Like, I know that it's like you can really Linux is one of those things where it's like, can I do this with the computer? And the answer is yes, but how much time do you want to put into it? Yeah, I did hear that about GIMP actually. Funny enough, a friend of mine was talking about like totally legitimately acquiring Photoshop, and I told him, I was like, just get GIMP. like don't bother, like who cares, like friggin' Photoshop sucks anyway. Because he just wanted to do some like photo editing and stuff like that. And I'm pretty sure that's, you know, GIMP can do that. Or even like just Krita or something, you know, if you're not going to do anything too crazy or get invested in AI. This one is Inkscape, which I've heard of Inkscape, and I think it's all right. Krita, which is okay. It's free. Krita is the one I always tell people to go for if they're wanting to get into art and they don't have a lot of money to get into art. I've not looked into GIMP. I know that it was really archaic for the longest time, but then they put out that update. Hello, Storytime. Good to see you back. I mean, that's the thing, is like there are so many really good tools specifically for like comics and now even for animation. Like the animation tools in this are getting better, which is awesome. It makes me really happy. I'm actually gonna like kind of cut this in a touch more. Use Inkscape for your lettering. Oh, okay. That's another thing that Clip Studio Paint developed, because the text tools in Clip Studio Paint freaking sucked for the longest time, and now they've been updated, and it's just like, finally. Also, good to see you there, Frederick. So. I'm thinking the arm should go... and... Alternatively, we actually put it down, but that doesn't make sense. So actually, oops. I like to say switch to some Linux. Can't recommend anything which goes against preferences. Yeah, I mean, like, honestly, I want to, right? Like, I want to switch to Linux more than I want to stay on Windows 10 even. But one is easier than the other. And I still got some time before they completely drop support, so... I should probably start kind of experimenting with Linux, though, even just for the sake of it in and of itself. Because there's a lot of good stuff to be learned. Caden Live is the high learning curve of a man does it help if you're a power user? Huh. How do I want this to be lower, actually. Test whether distro you're... I actually do have a build of a Linux machine that I should play with some. And just like see what I can do with it, you know. It's just a little bit hard to test something like hardware, like this drawing tablet, for example. It's a little hard to test that. Can't hear but I do have a laptop that's sitting next to me that's not doing anything, and throwing a distribution of like Mint on that would be pretty dang easy, and then I could mess around with hardware all I want. Because the biggest concerns as far as hardware go are obviously my drawing tablet, which I'm not too concerned about because I'm pretty sure they have support. But then I have the PreSonus. Actually, let me check something, because I was looking at this the other day, and it might just straight up exist. Software. Oh, come on. Downloads. Here we are. Oh, software. Okay. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. There's Universal Control. So Universal Control is the software that I use for it's a PreSonus IO24 audio interface. They have support for obviously Mac and Windows and Android. But not Linux, really? What the heck are you plugging this? How do you plug this thing into an Android device? Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can find that's documentation. Let me see if I can just do PreSonus software and look it up. Maybe all software. That's shoot. Hold on. Downloads or drivers. Download now. Okay, here we are. Okay, so audio interfaces, IO24. Yeah. Oh my gosh. It's just Android, Windows, and Mac. You gotta be kidding me. Android is Linux? Okay. Yeah, that's true, isn't it? Then I wonder if one of these would be compatible. I mean, I know it's not apples to apples, but maybe there's some kind of like translation you can do. I imagine it's got to be easier to wrap Android back into Linux than it is like a Windows driver into Linux. Whatever. That's a bridge to cross later. Right now I'm animating, so I'm in my happy place. I almost want to pull the hand more this way. And just really kind of cover that up. Give a Mac iOS, iOS and Windows analogy to it. Apple, yeah, I mean, it's not, like I said, it's not the same, yeah. There's the whole rest of the OS around it. Even then, Linux on Android is a custom downstream from upstream Linux. Yeah. So, but again, if it's like, it's got to be easier to wrap one to the other than like Windows to Linux, right? Like I can't imagine because Windows is completely different architecture. Like it's completely separate. I mean, even Mac is based on Unix, right? Yes. Yeah, this is Wicker. I've been wanting to animate Wicker for a while, so that's what I'm doing. And I figured out. Let me go ahead and show the whole animation here. It's about that long, or something like that. Yeah. So I did this short little animation bit. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Their last name. So even it's forked essentially is what the Mac OS is. But yeah, so this is what I've got, and the big thing I wanted to do with him was I wanted to figure out like how he moves, and like with his like feet like stepping and stuff like that because he's got these like awkward hooves and whatnot. So that's what I'm working on, and I'm looking forward to that because it's just really fun to do stuff like that. But that's what I'm saying in regards to Windows is like a totally different, like a totally separate architecture based on, I mean, x86, but that's based, I want to say that's based on like IBM or something like that. I don't remember. I don't know my computer history. Right call to your OS 8 Unix. Really? Oh, interesting. You know, I don't even really think of, I think of Unix as being just archaic in every sense of the word, but it is still around in certain regards, isn't it? Mostly industrial, if I'm not mistaken, mostly industrial. I could be mistaken about that. I don't really know. BSD, that's it. Yeah. Or not, but yeah, BSD is another one. Call themselves a Unix. Well, they never do, as far as I'm aware. They always call themselves BSD. And of course, yeah, Linux, probably the most popular example. Okay, now what do I want to do with the hand? And what I'm working towards is this. So I'm thinking for the I may need to rework the arms. So probably what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep them simple. because I'm technically working with them in a very linear fashion. I don't want to worry about the fingers if I get the movement wrong, which I might get the movement wrong. But yeah, computers. Freaking hate them. Oh god. We tricked rocks into thinking. It's been downhill ever since. There's a little bit of a wiggle here I wanted to fix as well. Where's arm? Yeah, that's not right. Honestly, it's this arm that's not right. Hold on. I think I know what I need to do. And it might be as simple as just... Yo, this is a bop. One second. What are we listening to? Oh, Danimal Cannon. Okay, collision event. Just have him say his pain is greater than ours. What am I making, a Naruto character or something? Okay, that's better. Still, this arm isn't right either. Dang it. I always forget to mute. The problem is my mute button is like way over here. I can technically reach it, but okay. Okay, that looks better. It's still kind of scuffed. But honestly, I might actually. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah. Oh wait, I forgot. Drag this back over. It's coming along. It actually is coming along. I'm happy about that. Okay, so before we like kind of finalize this one with like the hands and stuff like that, let's go ahead now and let's actually go over to this frame. What I would like to do is actually, let me see if I can do something here. Because I want to take this frame and set it as my reference. And now I have my reference layer here. And I still don't. So this is technically like the light table. Lock current animation still as editing. Oh, hold on. Lock as. Okay, there you are. Okay, and now, yeah. Okay, so now what I can do is I can actually take this layer and turn it no, shoot, lock current, enable light table, enable disable light table. Ooh, hold on. So see, I can do that. The idea is I want to put this off to the side so I can have it as a reference. This is animation cells. That where is my light table? Where are you? You're the light table. What I don't, Hey. I really want to figure this out. Light table, set and register, select and register file. Oh no, we don't want to do that. Register select layer, you register select layer from light table. I'm gonna have to figure this out. Field guides, show camera path, audio scrubbing, which that was a big thing of why I upgraded to 3.0. We have audio scrubbing now. Create timeline label. I'll just have to learn that at some point. Because the whole idea behind the light table, in theory, is that you can okay, yeah, you're the light table. General light table. Is that what I want? Animation still, select and register file. Do I need to I don't want it there is the thing. I want to be able to move. Yeah, no. Rotate. Move with the two fingers. That's all touch stuff. Click. None. Move. It would just be nice for reference. That's... Oh, wait, hold on. I think I might be on the right track. That's back here. Oh, I can't register that layer. Also can't move this. What? Wait. I think I figured it out. Okay. Yes. Here we are. Okay. So the point of this is so that you can actually register different frames, put them closer together, and that is useful for what's called place and trace, which I don't personally do a lot of place and trace. I've never really felt the need, but then again, I usually stick to pretty simple models. But it can be useful for more complex characters and such. And In this case, though, what I'm doing is I'm making sure that the character matches like proportions and such better. So making sure like the circle of the head is the same, which I can shrink down. We're actually gonna... That should be good. Actually gonna change the arc of the eye touch. Come on. Do the secondary ring because he has like 3-part eyes. Okay. Now we can think about the hood again. Doing this wrong. Let's go out a little bit wider. It has more of an angle to it. I always forget how sharp it is out here. Quite a bit. So. And I'm not completing the hood because the hood's going to be done in a sort of second pass manner where I go back through and I do the movement more properly. Compare that to the previous one. I think that's good. Maybe a little slightly bigger. More. Like that. Not crazy about that. Maybe if I drop this in. And this is definitely more like out here. Technically, this horn I think would be lower down here. Something like that. Okay. And let me see. Here. So it's going to be more up here. And we're going to go this side. So the hooves are going to be in the exact same spot, so we can count on that. That's the nice thing about feet are planted. We know for a fact they're going to be right there. Technically, I can turn on alien skin and make this really easy on myself because just a couple lines, but. Actually gonna pull it back, so I want the shift to come back like that. It's little subtle line movements like that that really add to the impact, I find. Let me just check that. Technically the legs go way straighter, but I don't actually think that that's correct. Although it might actually be more correct here. His legs actually aren't as long as I make them out to be in some frames. I do like that better, and it'll add to the impact more. So let's try this. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm actually gonna turn that off real quick. And the thing to keep in mind is actually some proportions, like here, for example, would be that's I'm actually gonna try something. How good am I doing at keeping my proportions? Pretty good, actually. And yeah, that like a straight. So we do want a little bit of a bend here. where's this arm ultimately going? Okay, it's going there, but both of these hands are going to drop and then pop back up. That's where we're headed with that. It might be a touch long. Although, alternatively, we just have that be like a stretch. Yeah, and then it shrinks back up. Yeah, that's how I'll justify it. And yeah, he is slightly bigger. He is slightly more forward. But I don't know about that much more forward. I might actually, I think I can just do this. And same goes for this. Because he should be shorter. There we go. That's better. How is that looking anyway? It's coming along. Oh, I lost it. What happened to it? I don't know what happened to it. That's funny. Oh wait, hold on. How did I do that? Hold on. There it is. But it's still... I still don't know how I did this. Whatever, it's not a big deal. I'll have to do a proper deep dive into that one of these days. How that actually is supposed to work. Okay, now. Look how far away the arm is, so it would have to be like up here. Yeah, okay. Same goes for this. Actually be more like this. All right, let's see. So now we're kind of looking at the arms, the proportions of the arms here. And the idea is eventually we want to land here. That's kind of what I'm working toward. Honestly, I might actually bring the hand here more like this. And rework that. That way we get more of that art. And that's ultimately, that's still too far. Let's just get the hand down here before we have the arm. Once we get the hand right, then and it's actually just I'm gonna point it more up. I'm gonna keep that vague for now, and then because I don't know if I want it to go this low either. Let's do the next spring. I'll have to work the hounds out. This is what happens when you don't actually plan. I actually just straight up forgot to do the arms. But that's alright. It's easy enough to just kind of work them out for a few frames. And actually, one thing I'm thinking is, as this arm comes up, I'm actually going to have it like around here, and then it'll slowly go up. Oops. It'll be nice having some work with as far as the arms, though. I'm gonna have to do the lines on the horns as well, but I'll get around to that. Actually, I probably should do the hooks first. It's gonna go straighter. Something like that. Might have to clean that up a touch. Hmm. Hey, what's up, Billy? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I'm just animating. Once I'm done with this, these next few frames, I'm gonna switch over to some comic work. See how much I can get done. From here. And that's it. Yeah. Technically, ideally, I wouldn't want these to be what's called twinning. The arms, that is. Brook Exodus. Nice. So I'm almost wondering if I can... I'm not actually happy with this. The look of this one. So how about... That'll be better, eventually. Yeah, so just as a quick sort of side tangent thing, you want to try to avoid what's called twinning. And so a good example of that is having the hands move at exactly the same rate. Or in exactly the same way. So if like a character's talking like and they're moving their hands, offsetting a little bit is good to do. That's actually why I have him like clenching his fist here, but not over here. It's just to kind of break up the symmetry a bit. And that's as well going to be the case here, where you know, this is what we're trying to work towards. This is where I might actually move this hand a little bit up. Just to really push home. This angle. Hey, what's up, Wrangler? Good to see you here. Hope you're doing well. Okay, now, the other thing we want to do here is make sure that the stripes are in place, because what we're going to do is we're actually going to do some copy and paste. And actually, I just realized that's why I kept frames 12 and 13, or 13 and 14 out of the picture, because actually, so we don't have to worry about that. Okay. There we go. So there's little things you can do like that to really save on space and such. In this case, we're gonna have the hand basically settled into place. And same will go with this arm. Only it's gonna be more like this. And wait, hold on, where is it working towards? It's working that way. Hold on. So more like this. And we're actually gonna arc this down slightly. That program's been a promo day. Clip jam taking forever to load. Telling you, man. Telling you, get yourself on DaVinci. Actually learn a good editing program. It's a bit of a learning curve, but you will not regret it, I guarantee it. Convenience comes at a price. Don't know if your laptop can run it. That is a good question. It probably can. I mean, you can always just download it and try. It's free. See how it runs. I mean, heck, you can even you can make what's called proxy media, and proxy media is designed to be to load faster. It needs space. It needs a lot of space, but it makes it way lighter on your editing, because you're not working with a raw file format. Alternatively, let's try something. Barely move this frame, and then I want it to just barely move. There we go. Yeah, easy enough. But it's free. Let's try that. And then not even gonna move anything other than this arm. We're gonna see how that looks, and we're gonna adjust accordingly. That's super linear. So what that means is we actually want this to be closer to the end frame, like way closer. Honestly, like, even more so, like, we want it like right there. Basically want them to be on top of each other. And I kind of want to... It's not great. I mean, okay, let's try on twos here. I like that arm. That arm's good, but the settle here. It's distracting. So what do I want to do with that? You know, I actually come to think of it, I don't know why it slows down here. It shouldn't slow down here. It should, like, flip up. Honestly, I don't know if... Let me get rid of this frame. Basically, like right there. Even closer, honestly. Right on top of it. This, okay, this is let's see if that's a bit better. It's better. Let me check the other frames here. Hold on. I think maybe it's an arc issue. Try something here. Oh, man. I might call that with it. The little lapel thing he has, wonder if I should kind of like smear this. I'm not crazy about that movement, honestly. Settles are always the hardest in my book. Just getting the action to land in a convincing way. Oh, you know what I could do? Alternative here. I could do an overshoot. That might look a little bit better. It does kind of, actually. I think I'm on the right track there. That looks better, I think. I just seeing the Snuds unit full, I think, right? Yeah. It's always kind of funny. Well, that's kind of the same thing if you play like the Batman games or whatever. The Arkham games. It's like, oh yeah, he never kills, except for when he knocks a bad guy off of a 20-story building. Spread atmospheric reentry with 0 protection, just walk it off? Jeez, I don't remember that. Then again, I can count the number of Batman comics I've read on no hand, so... The only, like, Batman thing I've legitimately actually, like, sat down and enjoyed is, the animated series, and technically the first what's his face movie. I don't even remember his name. Tim Burton, that's it. Just turned into, yeah. Well, originally in the old comics, yeah, he would just run around with a gun, like, shooting people. Because technically it was like a, you know, detective comics, right? DC. So he was actually a detective story. Not just a quote-unquote superhero. Kills quite a bit. Actually, I don't remember, honestly. This is actually Moonbase, so from DuckTales. So neither Capcom nor Mega Man. It's Konami's DuckTales. Although that's what is that? Is that Battletoads? It's mixed with something else. But I'm pretty sure it's not Mega Man. Mega Man do be having some great music though. Okay, well let me look at this. I do in general really like how this movement's come out. I'm pretty dang happy with this. It feels very lively and has that nice poppiness that I was going for. Like, very surprised kind of look, you know? I might, hold on, I might actually, though, do a couple of eye closed frames. Let's see what this looks like. I kind of like that. Yeah, I'll go with that. Fused Tim Burns with the 20. Okay. I was gonna say I don't remember him killing, but it's been so long. Actually, yeah, wasn't there something about Batman basically was just like a ripoff originally? Something like that. Yeah, that's right. I was trying to remember because I knew that there was something around that. And then I forgot it was because Robin, he had a teenage sidekick, so it was like, oh. Honestly, that is one thing. You know, you mentioned a scene that's kind of over the top in terms of like, you know, a human surviving it and stuff like that. That is one thing that I'm really kind of tired of. Is the best way I can describe it is it's like everyone in movies now has like a video game health bar, and so it doesn't matter how much, you know, like what happens. You know, get stabbed by a lightsaber or whatever. It's like, if you survive, then you know, your health bar will go up and you're fine. You know, it's like it's not really how things work. And then it takes away consequences of, you know, something happening. It's like, well, you know, they just kind of went to the hospital and a day later they're fine. You know. The more you disrespect this craftsmanship of DC Comics throughout the ages. I can't really say anything on that regards. I've never really looked into them much. There's chiptune Smurfs? I don't think so. Probably exists out there. Like, I'm almost certain. I will say the big two have never really inspired me. Don't really inspire my art much to any degree, honestly. I can appreciate the work of someone like Kirby as much as the next guy, but yeah, it doesn't. That kind of stuff just isn't. isn't my forte, my taste. That one was a ripoff of the show. I thought so, yeah. See, I don't know, like, I don't like to think of combat, and this is just a general thing I notice. You know, you see it with like Death Battle and stuff like that. Which Death Battle's fun and everything like that, and the kind of like versus sort of mentality and whatnot is kind of fun. But the whole idea, like, oh, who would beat who? It's like, well, that depends, you know. Unless someone is distinctly far and away able to just like beat the ever living snot out of someone for one reason or another. If you take two comparable characters, like, it depends on a lot of things. Like, where are they fighting? How are they fighting? Like, what, you know, why are they fighting? You know, kind of thing, right? It's like, you know, that's you get upsets all the time in sports. It's not like, oh, well, this person, you know, can do this move, therefore, you know, he'll just do that and win. It's like, well, he has that as an advantage, sure, but like, how would like you can adapt, you know? like a really good fighter can adapt, you know? So it's like, I don't know, if you're just kind of having fun with it and going for like a objective, let's just weigh it and see kind of thing, then sure. But if you're trying to tell a legitimate story and that's how you're kind of doing it, you know, bigger number win kind of thing, power levels and crap, it's like, that's a, I don't know, I feel like that's a boring way to go about it. As an anti-villain, not an anti-hero. I think it depends on what story you're working from, because that's, I think I would have agreed with you, last name, before I watched the animated series. But the animated series, like, heck, I would go as far to just call him a distinctively a hero. Like, the way he acts is heroic. And it was kind of like jarring at first. I was like, oh, he's actually really not like dark and brooding and kind of full of himself, and like, you seriously question if he's like mentally all there, you know. He like, distinctly it works within that world, you know. It's and it's the fact that it's a cartoon that it's like more, I guess, believable, you know, not realistic, but it's believable, because it's like, sure, you know, it's out there, right? But yeah, certainly in other forms of media, it's like, what the frick are you doing, man? It's actually why I enjoyed the animated series so much, was because it was like, oh, yeah, Superman's, or not Superman, Batman's kind of cool when he's just a hero. Lower character design consistency since make. Oh, well, yeah. Oh, yeah, no, for sure. He's basically a villain with supposed good aims. I mean, it definitely, like, it's kind of the whole the not even morally gray dilemma of vigilante, just the stark badness of vigilantism, right? You know, becoming the law and everything like that. Okay, let me go ahead and... I forgot to do the horn for that one frame. Whatever, I should be able to just do it again. Easy enough. He has 5 lines on his horn, I believe. Probably double check, but whatever. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. But yeah, no, I mean, when you have a character that's been around for 100 years, this goes sort of pretty much all modern superheroes, the big superheroes, it becomes a mess. More on the comics and Arkham games. Yeah, no, that's fair. I do recommend the animated series. It's a very good watch. It's a lot of fun. It reminds me of a lot of like old radio dramas and stuff like that, which made me happy. That's why I wasn't as into the Superman animated series that came out a number of years later. Is it just kind of it felt too comic book, which I'm just not into. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Whereas the Batman animated series, it was a nice blend of, you have that comic book, superheroes and villains and stuff like that. But it was also like a lot of like mystery or crime thriller or that kind of stuff, right? Which is really cool. Instead of regurgitating the same stuff for like they and that's the thing, like it isn't just supervillain, the colorful character of the week kind of thing. Sometimes they would have like some corrupt politician doing something, and it turning into this whole fiasco, kind of stuff. Oh yeah, no, vigilantism, yeah. No, it's pretty distinctly illegal and for good reason. Yeah, no, when you put yourself beyond the law like that, it's like okay, you're rolling some heavy dice there. Because now you're no longer subject to due process. Okay. Well, that's the thing, like, at the end of the day, the thing that I always try to, like, keep in the back of my head in terms of, like, superheroes and stuff like that is, I think superheroes, for the most part, are at their best when they aren't serious. Doesn't mean they can't tell sincere stories. There's plenty of that, and like I said, in, like, the animated series or whatever. But it's not like, oh my gosh, we're making such a point. It's such a big deal. They're a hero. Blah blah blah. It's like, nah. It's a. At the end of the day, it's a cartoon. Don't take it too seriously. Same with like Star Wars. Like my whole like perspective on Star Wars is like, it's a cool sci-fi series from the 70s. That must be you, because I'm pretty sure I'm not muted. That's okay. Basically, all I said was, I think the superheroes are at their best when they're not too serious. Because otherwise, you get to a point with superheroes where it's like, are you guys really necessary, or are you just making a bigger mess? Kind of reminds me of that one Jimmy Neutron meme where, what was it? Like, not Skeeter. Or is it Skeeter? Basically, just straight up calls him out. He's not a vigilante. I mean, I get the argument there. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, no, I do. Like, I get where that's. Suspected of law breaking, but I guess no, that actually, yeah, I mean, that is the case, because like you going after someone, let's say like they murdered your dog or whatever, you going after them for revenge doesn't mean you're a vigilante. It just means you're trying to get back at someone, right? Which, you know, if you kill them would also be murder, but you know. But yeah. How do I? We're gonna see how this looks. I think this is Fear of Dark, actually. Zabuton. Dark Girl. Huh. No, I've heard this song before. I've heard a lot of chiptune over the years. I mean, I would still call the Punisher a vigilante, and in that he is, like, he's not straight-laced, right? But he is enacting his own form of justice, you know? It is murder, you're right. And again, I guess it would depend on the iteration that you're looking at, right? Because in the original, right, he was a villain for Spider-Man, I think, or something like that. And his whole thing was, you know, I'm doing what the law is afraid to do, kind of thing, right? Well, then I guess the question becomes, what's the difference between the enforcement of the law and someone essentially just stopping a criminal in their tracks? Is that New Jersey? Wait, really? I never thought New Jersey when I saw Gotham. I was just imagine it was just a you know, an ambiguous sort of collection of different cities, you know, kind of like the city in Hey Arnold. My hand's a little big. Man, Snail House is still a bop. That was the second amendment going so hard as to stop his allies from using firearms around him, even if the law would approve it. So again, I am so like, you're talking to the wrong person as far as knowing about like Batman stuff. So like, again, my only there is one other thing that I really enjoyed as far as Batman goes, and that's the Adam West Batman series, the 60s Batman. Adam West is the best Batman. I don't care what anyone says. Shark repellent, yeah, bat shark repellent, actually, no. And not Adam West. Yeah, yeah. Three, breaking and entering. That's pretty universal for him, honestly, so yeah. Is not a law enforcer, and two, stops criminals to enforce the law. Between stop criminal. Well, then I suppose what it would come down to is like what you would see as enforcing the law, because I suppose one way you could slice the difference is someone stopping a murder from taking place would be enforcing the law. Someone punishing someone for murdering is no longer enforcing the law, right? Because technically it's against the law to take away someone's right to to due process, right? Like if someone, like if an execution takes place outside of a court, right, or a sentencing takes place outside of a court, that's against the law, right? So I guess I could see that. Not to enforce the law like the Punisher, you are also not. Yeah, it's kind of an interesting idea. I guess I never really thought what the line was for vigilanteism, as like actual vigilanteism. Because yeah, one thing with again going back to the animated series is usually, you know, he's turning over the bad guy, whatever they did, over to the police, right? Like he'll tie him up and the police will come and arrest them, right? But I can imagine if, like, in a comic book, he's like enacting sort of a sentencing, if he's sort of the judge, if you will, and the judge, jury, and executioner kind of scenario, then yeah, that's not the same case. That's not the same. See, that's what I like. Again, though, that's what I like about the animated series is like he is like more in line with reason, I guess. Editing done, nice. Good job. No ban from being a vigilante. While he does turn in the criminals, he violates some severe laws. You're saying he's enforcing it. He'd be outright lying. Well, so here's a question though. In that case, would vigilantism in and of itself have to be legal in order to be a vigilante? And I guess that is part of the argument, is if you're going by the moniker of vigilante, but that's illegal, it's like, no, you're just a criminal. Because technically you're already breaking the law if you're a vigilante. You would have to be essentially sponsored by the state, and at that point you're a law enforcement anyway. Whether someone is trying to enforce the law. But would they have to enforce the law legally before it becomes not vigilantism? Because if they're already breaking that law, then you know. Honestly, yeah, they're Wrangler. I mean, and again, bounty hunters are legally sanctioned, and even then, nowadays, like, except for in like Montana, there isn't much enforcing that they can do, or neighborhood watch, militia. The militia usually is more to do with military action, not so much law enforcement. Although it can be a thin line. Merely legalized. Yeah, that's true. They aren't law enforcement. There are cases, though, that I'm aware of where they can arrest individuals in certain states and under certain circumstances and whatnot. Because most bounty hunting is just like court appearance. Like someone didn't show up to the court appearance, so they need to go and like to go with the bounty hunter to go get that taken care of, basically, right? Let's see, as would a copy of technically breaking the law if he would do those actions. Well, we got onto a very interesting topic. Okay. I see. So that's where you would come into the, like, with the Punisher, who's literally just going around gunning people down, who he thinks are, you know, the bad guys, quote unquote, or whatever. It's like, yeah, you don't do that. So I guess the best way is if someone's pretending to play cop, essentially. Okay, yeah, that makes sense, honestly. Well, that's the funny thing about the Adam West Batman, is technically he is. I think it's in the movie they explain it. He is sanctioned by the police force, the Gotham police force. I mean, it's, you know, Commissioner Gordon has a phone, a bat phone, you know, kind of thing. So he's most. I don't even know if he would be considered a vigilante. He's just a kind of special forces unit. You know, Flash and Superman are vigilantes. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, man, I certainly never thought about this stuff this much. Like, I hardly think of superheroes in general. I was over Marvel movies by the time they first came out, honestly. To be honest. I never much cared for them. Well, no, that is kind of an interesting element to, you know, Batman's character is like, okay, ultimately, bud, you're like, you're not on the up and up, right? Like, but there's a kind of a complex nature to everything, because, like, neither are the police, you know? It's kind of this weird take on corruption, I suppose. Well, then you start getting into the definition of villain and hero and stuff like that, and I'm still not sold. Let's see. I guess it would depend on the iteration. And another thing that depends on the iteration. So I could actually see that, come to think of it, in the way that he, like, pursues his goals and stuff like that, for the greater good and stuff like that. The definition is subjective, kind of. I mean, you can always, you know, ambiguity, the devil's volleyball, right? Hold a second. Get some light. I mean, I will say, on that line of thinking, that's kind of why, like, I think superheroes can get really goofy when you take them too serious, because, like, after a while, you really have to, you start asking questions. It's like, okay, are you guys actually doing, like, good? You know, you're calling yourselves heroes and stuff like that, but you're like, all this crazy crap that you get yourself involved in, and then, like, it turns into a mess. And it's kind of your fault, so you know, kind of stuff like that, right? A tragic hero. Oh, definitely. Like, that's the whole thing with his character. You know? The drama of his character. Especially considering, you know, kind of part of the element of his character is, you know, he does all this stuff to see these, you know, villains put away, and so that people will be safe and blah 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 blah, and they always, you know, return, right? Logistically, because, you know, they need another episode for, or another issue for next week, and yeah, ironically worse than Gotham all the time. Yeah, again, once you start thinking about things, it's like, oh yeah, Batman's kind of like the whole superhero thing is kind of goofy. But that's the thing, it is goofy. It's superheroes. It's over the top. It's, you know. Sure, I'll go with that. I do want him to have kind of this puppeted feel to him, so his arm moving, maybe that's not such a bad thing. Man, there is something in this room. It smells like paint or lacquer or something like that, you know, very chemically. I have no idea what it is. And I'm kind of concerned about it. Because it's like, I am living in a room that smells like chemicals. And that's never a good thing. And I don't know why. And it's specifically this room. I don't know if someone like spilled something on like downstairs or something. It's not all the time. It comes and goes, which I don't understand. I'm like, it's like something like mildewing or something like that I'm not aware of. Like I have no idea where it is. So like I can't really do anything about it right now, but I do want to look into it. But I seriously don't know where to look. I mean, I guess I could look. There's a basement. I could try looking down there. Maybe something spilled or something. I don't know. But it's been happening for a long time, so you would think that eventually, like, if it's lacquer or if it's paint, it would dry, and then that'd be that, right? But like, it keeps coming back. So I'm almost like, is it when it rains? Like, is like it getting somewhere? Is water getting somewhere it shouldn't, and like stirring the scent up, which would be concerning. But like, it doesn't have a source. It's really annoying. It's like, it just drives me nuts. I have windows open, like, so I'm not like sitting in the smell just like without any ventilation, but still. It's quite annoying, that's for sure. Have Windows open, use Linux. Friggin' story of my life. All my problems come back on Windows. Sometimes it pays to just simplify a shape. That's what I'm gonna do here. I'm gonna indicate it a bit more. I may have to call that good. Gotta air my house out. Probably, honestly, like... I mean, keep in mind, my freaking ceiling got flooded twice, so... I haven't seen any water damage. Crossing my fingers on that one. Because, like, I mean, that was over in my kitchen. So, but who knows, you know, maybe it's more than it should have. But, you know, it wasn't a problem in the winter. So it's almost like when the warmer weather starts, you know, picking up or what have you, something goes up. Hey, I take offense to that. What's up, Guilty? Good to see you. Oh, man. And it sucks, because I have a window right next to me. Big window, right? Big, beautiful window. And I can't open it. All of my windows that I can open are on one side of my apartment, which sucks because I can't get airflow through. Or at least it's harder to get airflow through. Yo, that is straight up the Sonic ring sound. Why can't I open the big window? No, it literally just does not open. It is a big window with no way to open it, as far as I can see. Can I replace it? It's not my window to replace. The joys of renting. Totally would if I could, though. Use a hammer. I mean, if I just accidentally, you know, if something bad were to happen. Yeah, I'd love to have a house, but, you know, no way around here. Accidentally, maliciously smashed it. It is brick season. Indeed. I mean, I'm not going to encourage. Nah. Sounds like a Charlie Chaplin thing. I was never a big Charlie Chaplin guy, honestly. I was always a Buster Keaton fan. You know, it's one that I've been wanting to check out for years, though. One of those classic sort of slapstick groups. Keystone Cops. You could not find them back in the day, and by back in the day, I mean like 15 years ago. On like YouTube or anything like that. I bet you could find them now. Oh, doggone it. We'll do that. The weeb theme? Yeah, I'm not sure what we're listening to right now. You know me, something in Japanese, Weird Bananas remix. If King Bob was here, he could probably translate it for us. I got him to do that with a song a while ago. It was something to do with flowers. All I gotta say there, guilty, is be a lot cooler if you did. Not to break my window or anything, just to hang out. Yeah, that works. This is a little bit of an awkward angle with the arm, but it works. Maybe someday. Yeah, maybe. I am quite happy with how this movement turned out, actually. What could be spooking him at all? What could spook the spooky boy? I actually like the fact that, like, well, he is kind of spooky because he's all these different parts, and he's got a horn and a wing and stuff like that. Actually, I need to animate the wing. I forgot. But I'll be doing that on another layer. He's actually a big scaredy cat. But I need to do the little hood thing first. Okay. Now I need to do the stripes on the legs. Dang it. I should have done all these lines first before I copied the frames. I really want to get to a little bit of comic work. Just do something, you know. So after I finish this up, I will. I really ought to use onion skinning for this. Also need to do the rest of the... Wait. Oh no. Okay. Back up. I need to do the stripes on his sleeves though. I kind of stopped doing that. Right here. I'll need to kind of figure out the proper way to do these sleeves, because right now they're a little sketchy. kind of just went with whatever on them, honestly. The last two parts of them compiled and exported. Nice. Shoot, I missed what the last song was there. Guilty. I don't know if he has. I don't think he has any like. Yeah, he doesn't have any playlists or anything like that. All right. I'm actually thinking of not doing. Oh, I forgot to do the last. I'm actually thinking of not doing cleanup on this and just going straight to color from the rough, because that would save a lot of time. And my rough is clean enough to be at least, you know, decent. All right, there we go. Okay, so now I'll have to listen to it again, I guess. You'll have to let me know if you hear it again on stream, because I really don't remember. But yeah, no, this came out good. So this is a good start to this animation. Looking forward to doing the next part. I might do the hood first and add that in. Maybe YouTube search history. Well, it's a stream. So what I'm listening to right now isn't like a playlist. It's a stream. And the name is up in the upper left corner. It's, I can give you the link here. This is what I'm listening to. So, Krellis. And unfortunately, he doesn't have any, like, list. So if you miss the name of the song, then that's kind of it. You have to wait for it to come back around. All right, but yeah, so good old Krellis, yeah. What's going on there, Billy? It still looks kind of twinned, but it's not the same exact movement, so it's all right. Rio Takami QCTL. Did you find it? Oh, frick, wait a minute. This is YouTube. This isn't Twitch. You can just go back. I'm stupid. I completely forgot that you can just reverse it. Okay, well, that makes it easier. So, I'm glad you found it, because I'm dumb. I'm so used to it being Twitch, it's like not worth it to go to the bottom. Which, honestly, man, at this point, like, as much as I don't care for a lot of what YouTube does, YouTube's got a lot of points going for it, honestly. Not every point, but it's got a lot of them. Okay. Oh yeah, this is also an otter. Just for the record. Alright. Yes, a very... Okay, yeah, there we go. A very ottery boy. Very otter lad. Alright, let's go and switch gears. Let's see if I can't actually make some progress on this today. What are those lines? Oh, that's right. It's the tassels. It's like, what's going on there? So real pencil. We are looking at line work, or we sketch this out more. Okay. Tilt. I have to completely switch my... This is it. My mentality. Hold on, I got something good. I need to turn this down more. Dang it. Actually, I like the idea of it coming from the other side. How boring it is to wait for a video export. Yeah. And then you realize how boring my stream is. I would like to do more things with stream to make it more fun. But one, I'm on YouTube now, so like it doesn't really have a ton of support for that. I probably, well, actually, I could. There are things I could do, regardless of what platform I'm on. But even then, it's like one, I don't know what to do, and two, I don't know if anyone would even use it anyway. We do have to do the draw screen, yes, we do. That was too big. I'm actually inclined to take this, actually push it this way. I cannot get this right, man. This has been like kicking my rear for ever. I don't know what I want the pose for this to be, like, because this is too static. I want her to like catch herself on the thing and like be like dragging herself around the corner. But getting it to look right is challenging. And then leaving enough space here. What is this? Oh, I can't read it. I'm actually, hold on. I've got to like, where's the curve? Where's preferences? Where's the curve? I'm trying to find where the pressure sensitivity curve is. I want to adjust that. Technically, you can adjust it on a per tool basis. This is the wrong tool. You have brush size, you have opacity. Which, that doesn't have anything like that. That's brush size. Maybe it would be... It also has tilt. Which I do not understand how this freaking brush works. It's kind of weird. Cause like, okay, there it is. So thickness is that. Like, look at how thin it is. I'm trying to like. What would it be? It's not ink. Like brush density is all the way up. Oh, wait, that's... There we are. I mean, that's already... Oops, not brush size. I mean, do I just make it more extreme? That doesn't seem to do anything. Texture density. There we go. Hold on, that might be it. There we go. Now I can get like a darker line down. I swear, I'm going to get this friggin' this panel at least, you know. I'm sick and tired of thinking about this panel. I need hold on. Freaking get this right, man. Holy crap, this is driving me freaking crazy. Why the frick is this like the hardest pose in the world? Ugh. I'm just not sure what I'm trying to do with it, honestly. It's just driving me crazy, man. This is like the whole reason I took a break on this one stupid pose. It'll be fun, they said. One freaking pose is holding back the whole freaking comic. It's driving me crazy, man. got something here. Maybe. Almost sounds like boss fight. It is not boss fight. Maybe let's switch the legs around an idea. Let's bring the shoulders like way up. Man, I am so freaking sloppy. I think I've completely forgotten how to draw her. Like, just in general, man, it's driving me crazy. This is a terrible freaking pose. Okay, no. Not what we're going for, man. I want her to, like, basically kind of look like she's, like, stopping and changing direction. So like, this is the line of action right here. And then her, like, clinging to the wall, arm going, like, out. Maybe even, like, tighter than that. This is what I want. I just can't pull off the... right angle. Nuts, man. I'm sick and tired of thinking about this freaking panel all the time because, like, I know I need to get it done. Oh, man. Well, maybe I'm approaching this wrong. Maybe I should stick to the side angle more. Just kind of like push it. Calling it a night there, Wrangler? Alright. Have a good one there, man. Hope to catch you next time. Let's see what happens there. Alternatively, we put this arm on this wall. trying to make it look like just like pivoting essentially. Just exploring the whole video, and you'll be free. Wish I was freaking free. Oh my gosh. I feel like I'm so close, but I still am just like failing this, man. I think the upper body's right. It's just the legs. I cannot figure out the angle of the legs I'm looking for. Maybe this? Higher up. I didn't imagine this would be the panel that would freaking hold me up. Out of all the panels, this one, really? Gonna freaking get this done. Freaking sick and tired of looking at this thing, man. being so sloppy. Where is it? Like that. I'll have to figure out the hair. Arm. Okay. That's line work 1. There isn't a line work 2 yet, is there? Huh. Okay. I'm in such a different mode in terms of art. The way that I'm thinking about artwork and such. I'm in such a more of an animator mode. I didn't do the feathers. I'll do that later though. New layer, line work 2. Rough pencil. Sketch needs to be turned to this. We're gonna turn off line work 1. We're also gonna turn off the thumb, and we're just gonna go for it. $55 minutes and 40 seconds long? Dang. That's a bit of a video. No wonder it's taking so long to render. Ooh. This is cool. Just started exporting it. Writing this one down. This is Unatra aporia. Well, that's about how long I'm going to be going for here, so I guess that works out. Well, not that one. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that would actually be close to over here. Go like that. Do I know the Muffin Man? Yeah, lousy cheat owes me $20. What were we talking about? I kind of got into it. I'm like in the zone here. Is it Jury Lane? Never really knew what it was. I always thought it was like Drury Lane or something like that. Drury. Okay, I thought so. Couldn't remember that. The heck is a Drury anyway? Surfer bordering Covent Garden in London. So it's an actual place. Huh. There's just some road somewhere in the middle of nowhere. Well, middle of London, I guess. You know, just that big town over there in old England. Oh. That's a bit big for a foot. She's married to the muffin man. Um, a muffin man. Man, how many years has it been since I've seen that movie? Right back to bad one. Yeah, pretty much. Because, let's see, like... Shrek, pretty good movie. Actually, even before... Okay, going back before that. Because they had 2D animated movies. They had... So you had... Prince of Egypt, good movie. Joseph of the Dreams, or whatever the frick it's called, not so great. Sinbad, not so great. A lot of people swear by it. I've watched it. It is mediocre at best. Decent animation, though. Actually, pretty dang good animation, honestly. Then they have... I think there's something in between that, or somewhere around that I'm forgetting. But you have Shrek, good. Shrek 2, also good. What the frick? What movies has DreamWorks made? They've made a lot of stuff. Holy crap. Okay, okay, animation productions. Here we are. Okay. Oh gosh, that's right. Ants. I forgot about Ants. I don't know with that one. Road to El Dorado, which is right after Prince of Egypt. That one is okay. That one's alright. Chicken Run, which is actually Aardman, but it was, I guess, produced or something like that. Joseph, King of Dreams. Blah. Shrek. Spirit, Stallion, Cimarron. Friggin', like, really good animation. I don't know about the story. Can only think of Shrek right now for 3D. I can think of a few. Okay, and we're getting there. But so then you have Sinbad, which came out in 2003, which blows my mind. Then you have Shrek 2, which is still, that one's a good one, I say. Then Shark Tale. I completely forgot Shark Tale was a thing. Same actually with Madagascar. Which, I don't know. I think some people like that one. Wallace and Gromit, Curse of the Rare Rabbit, which is again Aardman. Fantastic movie, I will say. Great, man, that came out in 2005. That's nuts. But still, fantastic movie. And you have Over the Hedge. We might need to do a review. Oh gosh, I saw that movie in theaters when it first came out. Actually, of all movies, you know, I've heard Madagascar's pretty good. Honestly, Microsoft has just been bad, like, lately, more consistently than anything. Anyway, next one, Flushed Away, which is alright. That one's kind of fun. Pretty goofy, very British. Also Aardman, that checked out. Shark Tale's a weird, yeah, it is. Shrek the Third, B movie. Not even gonna. Kung Fu Panda, which is okay. A lot of people appreciate that one. I'm like, eh. Madagascar 2, I have no idea. Monster vs. Aliens, that one just kind of came and went. How to Train Your Dragon, people swear by that one. That one's like probably one of their hardest hitting movies in terms of just like people's appreciation of it and whatnot. Straight to DVD type of movie, yeah. Shrek Forever After was better than Shrek the Third. I will 100% say. Megamind, which is actually a legit fun one. That was actually a fun movie. Skip Madagascar sequels, okay. But yeah, a lot of people, man, Megamind is like their go-to. Then you have Kung Fu Panda 2. I don't know how people feel about the sequels to Kung Fu Panda. I think people like it. I don't know. Then you have the first Puss in Boots, which was an okay movie. Megamind's really good. Megamind is really good. I really like looking back on it. It's like that's actually a really fun movie. Just in general. But yeah, Puss in Boots, okay. Yeah, I saw Megamind like 12 years. When did it come out? 2010. Yeah, like I saw it like 13, 14 years ago, something like that. Haven't watched it since, but I remember enjoying it. And then Madagascar 3, who cares? Rise of the Guardians, which I know like nothing about. Is the biggest competitor to the Incredibles from Pixar? I would agree, actually, because The Incredibles is my favorite Pixar movie. I really like how that movie like comes together. They were going in a direction I really liked with that movie, and then they kind of stopped, unfortunately. It's kind of an unfortunate sort of scenario there, but yeah, no, that's actually kind of interesting. Then you have The Croods, which I have seen The Croods, and that one's pretty good. I actually will say that one's actually pretty fun. Turbo, which looked goofy. Never saw it. Didn't bother. Mr. Peabody and Sherman. It's a strange thing to say out loud. They made a Mr. Peabody and Sherman movie. Another one I didn't see. How to Train Your Dragon 2. I think people like that one as well. Then you have Penguins of Madagascar. No idea. I know people like the penguins. They're very memeable. Home. I have seen Home. DreamWorks did not do Ice Age. They did Ice Age was done by Blue Sky. Blue Sky doesn't exist anymore because Disney bought them out and then liquidated them. That was actually a like really kind of big thing in the animation community because like a bunch of people were just out of jobs. But yeah, no, they Blue Sky's claim to fame was Ice Age. That's why they made like 5 of them. But Home is not a good movie. it just isn't. The dialogue is bizarre, to say the least. It's feels very stilted. I'm surprised this was made by DreamWorks. You know, if it was a like an indie animated film kind of thing. I mean, it looks good enough to be by DreamWorks for the most part, but like everything else about it, the script, the dialogue, like everything about it is just like scuffed. It's weird. Heard Mega Man showed one of the few well thought out speed. The other one was the Child's Picture from The Incredibles. I guess. With I don't know. I guess it would depend on what they are saying as well thought out. I guess in terms of like the fact that like I won't say anything because it actually is a really great scene. You should just go out and watch the movie. But I think I know what they're referring to, and that is kind of fair. Kung Fu Panda 3. No idea. Never seen it. Only seen the first one. Thought it was okay. Trolls. Never saw it. The Boss Baby. Never saw it. Didn't bother. For obvious reasons. What are some... Holy... We're getting into, like, some movies I don't even know existed. Like, this one I knew. Like, Captain Underpants' first epic movie. I think that one did pretty well. I think. Maybe not. I know I think the Peanuts movie did really well. It was during that time. It was after the Peanuts movie came out, which was... Who the frick did that movie? That wasn't Blue Sky, right? Was that Illumination? That might have been Illumination. Yeah, Billy. How to Train Your Dragon: The Hidden World, which I think is the third one. When did that come out? Yeah, 2019. Yeah, I think so. Abominable. No idea. I guess that's a thing. I think I've seen it in like friggin' like on like Netflix. It's just around. Never watched it. Yeah, I mean, why bother? Trolls World Tour. I don't care. Croods: A New Age. That was the sequel. Never saw it. I don't really think there was any point. Spirit Untamed. Guessing, yeah, it's another Spirit movie. Is that 2D animated? Hold on. Is this 2D or 3D animated? Oh, American animated adventure film. What does it say? Cast, production. Yeah, as well as the adaptation of the spin-off TV series. Animation and design. The film would be produced on a lower budget and be made by a different animation studio outside of DreamWorks, similar to Captain Underpants' first movie. Okay, 300 people working on it. Uses a style that is a mix of 3D with the hand-painted look from Writing Free, taking about 1,300 shots, 25 of which are animated by Jellyfish, and used 2D drawings to make 3D maquettes. Or machettes, whatever it is. Okay. So... No. It is 3D. Okay. Another Boss Baby movie, who cares? The Bad Guys. Yeah, I remember that one coming out. Holy freaking crap. Puss in Boots, the next movie was 2022? Wow, okay. But yeah, The Bad Guys, I remember that one came out. It made a bit of a splash in terms of, like, the technique used, but the movie itself, I think, was kind of mediocre from what I heard. PS was 2015, and yes, Blue Sky. Yeah, it came out, wow, 10 years ago now. Good grief. So it's Blue Sky. Interesting. Okay. It was either Blue Sky or Illumination. I knew it wasn't Disney. And it's not DreamWorks, clearly. But yeah, Puss in Boots, The Last Wish, very good. Actually, a very fun film. Highly recommend that one, actually. Ruby Gillman, Teenage Kraken. Sounded really mediocre. Was my takeaway. Trolls Band Together, another Trolls movie, I don't care. Oh, Titmouse. Apparently had 2D sequences then. Orion in the Dark. What are these? Oh, that does not look good. What in the world? Oh, it's a Netflix. Okay, they must have just distributed or produced or something. Okay. Kung Fu Panda 4, I heard kind of came and went. Some people said it was alright, but like not really anything special. I never watched the third one. Yeah, I mean, I never bothered. The Wild Robot, I've actually heard is good. I've heard that that's a good movie. And then Dogman. Huh. I guess that came out. How did that movie do? I imagine it did really well. Marketing, release, reception. Wow, I'm surprised it wasn't more. Because Dogman is like the thing that you see like kids reading. You know, Dogman is stupid popular. What was the budget? Critical response. So, no idea. Always love Asian seconds, yeah. Alright, so that's all the movies that they've produced so far. Oh my gosh, Wikipedia. Okay. There are like settings that are behind like other settings. It's crazy. Alright. Television specials, short films. Hold on, where are we at? Okay, here's the movies. Okay. Wait, okay, so upcoming. Here's what's upcoming. Oh, freaking How to Train Your Dragon in quote-unquote live action, which is just... Are we seriously remaking, like, 13-year-old movies? Because when did the first one... The first one came out... Where is it? 2010, 15 years ago. And they're making it live action. What the... Anyway, The Bad Guys 2 coming out 2025. Whatever. Gabby's Dollhouse, no idea. Shrek 5, which has already kind of garnered some controversy around it in regards to the designs. I don't care. Apparently there is a Wild Robot sequel in the works. And a few other things. So, yeah. Anyway, they're creatively bankrupt. Apparently. That is just so weird to me, man. Dogman doesn't sound like something that should be good. I mean, it's for little kids. I mean, they like it, so I don't know. Shrek 5. Yeah, I don't know, like, about all that. The crazy, like, the thing is, like, all of their stuff is being outsourced now. All of their animation and whatnot. I mean, that's the future, right? Unfortunately, of mainstream production animation. It's why I don't really care about the industry, honestly. Like, I mean, I care about it in as much as, like, you know, people have jobs and bills. So it's like, yeah, I would hope that this corporation that relies on the efforts of artists and crap like that actually take care of their artists, but, you know, of course they don't. Bunch of friggin' weirdos. Yeah, you gotta wonder, man, where things are being outsourced to. After that, man, that was crazy. I mean, it's mostly South Korea, China, Japan, and the Philippines. Those are the big ones. Although, what's really interesting is Japan is actually outsourcing a lot more, like everywhere, right? That's why I know a lot of people who live in California, who are animators in California, who work on animes and stuff like that. They've worked on. I know people who have worked on. I think it was Boruto. They've worked on Spy Family. They've worked on I think One Piece. Just tons, and then lots of people as well that are doing that. It's kind of this weird trend that's picking up over in Japan because the volume that they're working at is so absolutely outrageous that they need the extra workforce, and it sounds like it is a nightmare to work for, honestly, from what I've heard. Like I would not want to do that. Because it just is like super nose to the grindstone, incredibly demanding work. That explains it. Yeah, Boruto. Good old Bort. I mean, technically California didn't, right? To be clear. But people from California and all over the world worked on it, technically. But that's very unusual. Like, that used to not really be a thing. Outsourcing work like that from Japan. I actually don't know when it began. Might be older than I would think. But yeah, just kind of crazy. You don't want to produce 15 comic pages every week. Oh gosh. Just kidding. No, it's a good joke, honestly. Cause doggone, the sports would suck. My brother, oh my gosh, like he had an existential crisis while watching Boruto. Cause like he realized he had watched like 250 episodes, and then he was like, wait a minute. Nothing's happened. Absolutely nothing's happened. Like, I freaking hate Naruto. I'm gonna be perfectly honest. At least as far as the series goes and stuff like that, right? But I will give credit where credit is due. At least stuff happens. He showed me an episode of Boruto. And they literally... The amount of nothing that show is staggering. Yeah, like... And what was bad is, like, he was saying, it was like, yeah, no, it like, was indicating that, like, oh, maybe this is happening. Maybe this character is doing something. Maybe something's gonna happen here. And none of it came to fruition ever. Even I've heard how bad Boruto is. Yeah, no, it's kind of legendary at this point. And I'll say this, man. I walk down the street, I see a guy wearing a Naruto shirt. I've never once seen a kid or some dude wearing a Boruto shirt. Show about nothing is Seinfeld's dream. What's that meme where it's like they're in the like a really creepy red light, like because freaking one of the characters is summoning demons or something like that. What's happening here, Kramer? Nothing. Nothing is happening here. It's perfect. Yeah, Boruto. Yeah. Well, now we know where the name came from. But he was saying it was really funny because basically like all the new characters are really lame. And especially when you like in contrast to the the original characters. Cuz you know the original characters grew up in a world where like death is around the corner. You know, it's like they're in the middle of wars and like have lost their family and friends to like tragedy. Like you think about like Kakashi, for example. You know, Kakashi is a good character. Like at the end of the day, you know. Truth be told, the reason I hate Boruto or Naruto rather is because like not necessarily even because of like the characters and the story and stuff like that. I actually think it's really solid in terms of like story and whatnot. Gets goofy as freaking ever by the war arc, but that goes into it. Like the pacing is such garbage. Red, like you probably honestly they're really what's going on there. I love like my favorite is where they put him in the thing. It's like no one trusts anyone, Jerry. And friggin' Kurt Russell's character is standing there. It's the flare. It's friggin' great. This arm is really weird. I do not care. This whole pose is weird. I don't care. It does its job. I have been staring at this freaking panel for way too long. It's driven me crazy enough. It's time to move on. 80%. I will make it 80%. That's all I've got in me. I wish I was a better artist, but I'm not. Newman Pale never stops. Feature follow New Vegas with original two spell Seinfeld. This is so funny. There's a an artist. I love their work. It's actually great. They'll take scenes from like Seinfeld mostly, sometimes Columbo, which is fun, and they won't animate it because that would be just an absurd amount of work. But they'll do essentially like it's not storyboarding. It's actually more than that. It's like you're taking stills from an animation, and all the characters are, you know, like anthropomorphic characters like you would see in like a 90s Disney series. Like it's very like that 90s style, you know, a Goofy movie or Quack Pack or something, you know. And so all the characters are different, you know, designs and stuff like that. It's really well done. It's really great designs. Let me see if I can find the artist. Oh, Robot Prince. Robot Prince is good. Okay. Seinfeld. What would it be called? Yeah, okay. Cosberry. I'll just send the. I'll just send the channel out. It's worth checking out. They're a very good artist. But yeah, Cosberry. Honestly, I would love to see them do more like animation stuff. They've done a little bit. They're very good at it. But animation's animation, you know. Takes a long time. Columbo and Death Note. Alright, I'll check that out later. Yeah, I think I've seen that pop up. I never did watch it, but it does sound pretty funny. See, that's the funny thing. I got to think, why would a guy be carrying a book around all the time? Just didn't make sense, you know? I was trying to think, was he doing a lot of journaling or drawing or something like that? Columbo's great. I love Columbo. Genuinely a good show. It's not like, I remember a friend of mine got really into it, and she ended up like binging it, kind of getting burnt out. It's not a binge kind of show, you know. It was designed before, you know, TV was all about binging. At least one series. So you wanna kind of like watch it an episode at a time, kind of, in my opinion. Maybe a couple. And they're long episodes. They're like an hour-long episode, so. But Peter Falk. Peter Falk is a fantastic actor. It's great. Wonderful screen charisma. Is the detective Barry Allen and Bruce Wayne claim they are, yet never shown to be. See, that's the thing. Is in order to write a detective, you gotta actually like be smart enough to do that. And you know, not everyone's smart enough to really write a detective story. Let's be honest. Honestly, I don't even know if I could. If I really worked at it, I could. I certainly don't think I could do it like week to week though, unless I got really good at it. Unless I really like, made it a point to get good at it. But that's kind of the thing I really notice with writing in general, is like there's almost this antithesis to like developing it as a craft. For a lot of people, it feels. I mean, I know that can't necessarily, like, I don't know. It feels like people really stagnate in writing more so than other art fields. It's like, I don't know. It's like, you gotta like work towards it, you know? Actually, I don't think I need that. I mean, that's been a complaint for a lot of different stuff, is just writing has become really mediocre. Right, it's to be smart in a feasible way while writing someone smarter than you, not necessarily magical with effectively clairvoyance. Yeah. Yeah, you have to be clever, right? When you do that. If you're gonna write a really intelligent character, either you got to know your stuff, and stick to what you know, or study what you want to know, or you got to get clever. And I think that's a big part of kind of the problem. Maybe is not even necessarily that they aren't developing the craft of writing, but they're not developing themselves as anything else. Because that's the thing about writing, is that you can get better at the technical aspects of it, but if you as a person are stagnant in your experiences, you're always kind of going to be hamstringed in terms of your ability to write, in my opinion. So does that mean, yeah, because you want to like infuse that knowledge into yourselves, right? Oh, I see, which is in terms of the poetry, yeah. I just write me, but in murders. Okay, I gotta think this through now. Videos exported. Let's go. Good job. Time is it? It's 9. Crap. Let me see if I can get a little bit more done on this. Okay, so I need to bring up the reference to these guys. Here they are. Okay. Oops. Okay. So he has this, and so he is bringing up his other arm, which is under this, which means that it's gonna be like quite a bit of fabric and material. I don't know, like you really feel it when someone really just doesn't know how to write or hasn't grown into writing, with like dialogue in particular, man, just bad dialogue. Okay. Which I see all over the place nowadays. It's like the #1 thing. It's just like, okay, this is like, feels like it's written by someone who's never talked to another human being, kind of stuff, right? Awful. And loan me so it was a long time ago. 7.9 gigabyte. That's actually not bad for an hour-long video. I've made like minute-long videos that were 8 gigs because I wanted that, just like, I'm gonna make this look good, I worked hard for those pixels. You hear painters, writers look into the weirdest stuff. Some sounds incredibly disturbing, but in context it makes sense. Yeah, I mean, it depends on what you're going for, right? It'll reflect on your right. Yeah, for sure. It's supposed to be a teen, but the teen had philosophy seizures? Some stoned continental French philosopher? Oh, that sounds awful. Oh man, pretentious city. Here we go, man. Ugh. Frick, I gotta think. Okay. Okay, that's about right. Yeah, about like that. Which hand is carrying the gun again? He's carrying it in his right, so it would be here. It's a fourth wing audiobook. Oh gosh, yeah, I remember that being a big thing when you guys were going through that. Too hard. Felt like I read the reader, like I read the writer talking to me, not the character. And that's a really big thing. Is like, if I can get like, you can almost get too much of a sense of a writer. In fact, that's exactly what it is. Like, I don't want to like hear the writer, right? I want to hear the character, you know. And that has to do with like voicing and stuff like that. I remember it was a really interesting interview that was done by Rod Serling, one of my favorite writers. And he kind of critiqued his own self. I can't remember exactly what the context was, what the question was that was asked, but essentially what it came down to is he's like, look at how all of my characters speak. How do they speak? They speak exactly like me, right? And he went on to talk about that's one of the hardest things to break out of is, you know, automatically kind of using your voice for everything, right? Exactly, right, yeah. Like, what kid talks like this, you know? Not being written in it. Yeah, no, that is a, it is always nice when someone goes the extra mile. That's what was so much fun about, like, Redwall. All the different accents that would get, you know, pulled out. It gave it this very, like, folky kind of feel. And it goes a long way because I think it helps you think about the character in a different context, right? The way when they speak differently like that. His goes. Ruthlessly, not even bother trying to type it. I'm not 14 and this is something I was fit to hear from a 40-year-old or something like that. Yeah, ironically, it might have been better to some extent if it was I'm 14 and this is deep, because at least, like, okay, if the character's a teenager, they would actually think that, they would actually believe that. Yeah. As opposed to, like, whatever the heck is going on. Hold on, I got it. I got this. Okay, finally, we're making progress. Oh my gosh. Be curious of how much of a mess Vampire X will get after 500 years of moving around. You know this track? What is this? She, Supersonic. Actually, that sounds... That is familiar, isn't it? Listened to it a decade ago, so yeah. That's kind of the crazy thing about chiptune is, like, you know, I came across, like, Dub Mood not too long, like a couple years back or something like that. And I'm like, oh, this is sick, you know, what else do they have in their discography and stuff like that? And it turns out they are, like, old school proper key gen kind of stuff, you know, like late 90s, early 2000s is when they really began and whatnot. And it's just like, where the frick has this been my entire life, you know? Like, doggone it, man. I could have been listening to this when I was in freaking, like, elementary school. That would have been awesome. Pose complete. Yes. I mean, I'm still not 100% happy with it, but, like, at least it's more energetic than this, you know? At least it's, like, actually looks like she's, like, running for her life kind of thing. That's what I'm going for. Honestly, man, that's one of the coolest things about... So, I don't like the book, but I recently watched the movie 1953 or 56, Moby Dick. And the best way I can describe that movie is authentic. That movie is, like... I mean, it depicts what it depicts, and it's real, man. Like, it is so real. Just the people they got acting and everything, was just salt of the earth kind of feel, you know? To the point that it actually shows real whaling. Because it's, you know, 56, it's before whaling is, you know, entirely banned, I'm pretty sure. Or at the very least, it was at least still enough around that they could do that. And for a movie about whaling, what better way to capture it on screen than to friggin' show actual whaling? It's crazy, man. Moorcock's favorite novel. Yeah, I mean, like, truth be told, from what I've seen and heard of the book, it just sounds like awful to read because it's so flowery in its prose and stuff like that. And I like good prose, and the movie has excellent prose, and the delivery of those like the actors and everything, like masterclass. Just like, you know, acting is freaking dead. Like, I'm gonna be honest, like, after watching that and Henry V from 1989, acting's freaking dead. Oh, get a load of this guy. What's up, Dapax? Good to see you. Whatever, Billy. Frickin'. You and your goofy names. Where you can match my voice to a face. Yeah. I don't typically run with a camera just day to day, huh? And I just shaved, actually. And as I explained yesterday, that is perhaps the last shave that razor, which is sitting on my workbench with the battery disconnected, is going to give me, because doggone it, the darn thing started shorting out. Until I make a pink tuber. I freaking swear. I don't want to make a pink tuber. I've avoided the VTuber craze this long. I actually thought about doing like a kind of like I didn't even know it as being referred to as like VTuber, right? This was, you know, a number of years back. But I considered putting together a little character and rigging it up and having some fun. Because a guy I know, Jesse J. Jones, he does that for his streams. So I saw that, I was like, oh, that's kind of clever, and it makes sense for an animator, you know? Oh, gosh. But I decided not. Today's more streams is BG. Yeah. No, there are no, well, aside from Nuke for Prez, a guy I know by the name of Nuke for Prez. He's technically a VTuber, and I watch him every now and again. He's a good friend of mine. His is funny though, because he's like a dude in a suit with a gas mask, so you know he doesn't look like a generic anime girl. I dig his. George Corona's the inland artist, by the way, and he got overwhelmed by the shippiness and everything and left the side. As one does, I guess. I don't know. It's just, I'm so used to seeing that style. Like, everyone does that style. That it's like, yeah, that's about par for the course. Honestly, I miss my emotes. I'm sad. Not that anyone used them back when I was on Twitch, because no one freaking watched me, but, you know. Except for you, last name. I think you're, like, the only person here that followed me over from Twitch to YouTube. Didn't realize how much he hated Chibi. Really? I didn't realize he hated Chibi as well. Doesn't he have, like, his own Chibi emotes? I thought he did. Animations in anime go through so much effort as hobbyists to draw crap face. Well, when you need to crank out 15 million drawings and you're only getting paid $4 a drawing, then, you know. I know this song as well. What is this? Yeah, X Critical Strike X, Dawn of a New Day. Yeah. It is funny though, because if you go back to like the 90s and stuff like that, man, they liked drawing Dorito faces, especially in like fantasy. It's kind of funny. Drawn out for revenue, yeah. His don't give the feel of chibi. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I would call it chibi. It's not like your typical like Animu's like ultra weeb chibi, but like it's still chibi. Don't knock my Dorito face cowboy view up. Honestly, I didn't even think of cowboy. I was thinking of like freaking like Lodos kind of has it. Vampire Hunter D I think has this sort of Dorito chin look. Freaking, I mean, yeah, of course, and the ultimate in Dorito faces, the two brothers in Initial D. Hey, what's up, skunks? Yeah, this is a good long stream actually, 5 hours so far. Probably going to be wrapping up here soon because I do need to make dinner, but I am glad I was able to do another long stream. I'm probably going to do another long stream tomorrow as well, honestly. The pointy anime chins, yeah. The Dorito. It's funny because me and my brother, when we were watching Initial D, we called them the Dorito duo because it's kind of an inside joke with cars because they run their RX-7s, right, or the RX, the Mazda RX series, and if you don't know, those are rotary engines, and rotary engines are kind of a nickname for them is Dorito engines because the rotor inside of them is shaped kind of like a Dorito. So yeah, they were the Dorito twins while we were watching it. I'm just remembering this whole conversation last night when you were talking about hobbyists and stuff like that, drawing the same faces and whatnot. It just reminds me of like when people were freaking out about PewDiePie suddenly becoming an amazing artist or whatever, and like people legitimately having like meltdowns over it and stuff like that. It's just like, guys, he's drawing anime. He's drawing specific anime because it's what he wants to draw. It's just like, hey, cool, like whatever, draw whatever you want, right? I don't care. But it's like anime is designed to be easy to draw, relatively speaking, right? I mean, you have to, like, don't get me wrong, you have to know what you're doing and stuff like that, and fundamentals and a lot of work and blah 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 blah, right? But fundamentally speaking, it is designed for pretty much anyone to come in and be able to at least assist in animation, right? It is designed around, like, fundamentally being really stripped back and, like, okay, just grab someone off the street, they can hold a pencil and do basic drawing. They can basically do this, right? Like, now, you can take anime, styles and stuff like that to their, like, super far, right? But that's not what PewDiePie's doing by any stretch of the imagination. All he's doing is practicing. Guys, that's all you need to do. Like, you just need to practice and actually push yourself and actually develop a skill. Yeah. I mean, sometimes there's something like that, right? Last name, like, but then, like my motor skills, like here's the thing, like my motor skills are freaking like abysmal, right? Like I have a very hard time drawing the pencil where I want it to go. So I've developed my style around that. I've developed my way of drawing to cater to that, essentially, right? That's why, like, I mean, these are clean lines and everything like that, but at the same time, there's a noise to them and whatnot. I work with the noise, as it were. My hands shake like crazy though, so like I have had to really like learn to kind of use it to my advantage more than as a hindrance. So, and sometimes that's how it is, right? That to me, like ultimately, the way I look at like talent, you know, because there's a lot of debate. Well, what's skill? What's talent? When are you born with? To me, talent is just drive. Talent is you enjoy something so much you just do it, and subsequently you just get good at it, right? Some people are like that. I actually don't really consider myself like that because every time I draw, it's for ulterior motives. That is to like make something, right? Now, that doesn't mean that I don't like the process. I really enjoy the process, but it's the complete package. I have a hard time just practicing, you know? But some people, it's like they eat that crap up like nothing. Like they just... figure drawing, stuff like that, they are just like, this is so much fun. This is so cool, you know, and whatnot. I had a friend who was like that. And in like... the matter of like a couple years, he was working on professionally, like some of the highest grade animated work on the independent market, 2D, that you can imagine. You know, so like friggin' like Knights of the Light Table stuff. You know, that's the kind of stuff that he was working on, and a big part of it is just he fell in love with just drawing. For the sake of it, you know, it's like some people that is just some people in a nutshell, man. Why practice when can pay you? Hey, I will not argue with that, my friend. I will happily fulfill commissions and all that kind of stuff, more so than ever, actually. I really want to start pushing commissions as far as I can. So if you know anyone who needs some artwork, let me know. Or let them know. I tried to draw some very simple shapes for a brief time and ended up being watery and Cthulhu-y, but only since the shapes are wicked simple and highly repetitive, so much so, even I can off with that. Sketch. I mean, but the thing is, you know, like... that's a great start, you know. You do want to start with the simple shapes and such. I mean, fact of the matter is, like, no matter how good your motor skills are, you're gonna have to start there regardless, you know. Gotta get back to actually practicing. Yeah. Vagabond and Berserk are the outliers. I would, I mean, yeah. Like, Berserk is an outlier just unto itself, you know? But it is nice, like, especially with, like, Vagabond, it's... When we read that first volume, it did really feel more like just a samurai film or something like that, right? Rather than a manga, like a traditional manga. Something imposter syndrome, go over her. Hey, can't feel like an imposter if you don't apply yourself. Yeah. Freaking star. Honestly, I don't know. I don't typically get imposter syndrome. I get nervous about gigs. But I don't know. There's never been a point where I was like, I feel like I don't know. I shouldn't be here, you know, kind of stuff. To be fair, you know, I've only worked on like 5 things, so you know. If you don't try. Yay! What do we got here? I think person is not uncommon for artists. Yeah, no, for sure. No, it's very common. I mean, truth be told, like, I mean, I was experiencing it earlier when I was trying to draw this pose. It's like I cannot freaking draw, you know. It's like, come on. And you get that kind of paradigm shift going. It's just like, it's painful. But it's also good. Because it means that you're actually growing. It sucks. But it is good, ultimately. And the results are too terrible. I mean, hey, if you enjoy it, that's the big thing. That's the first thing. Like, it's gotta like come from a place of enjoyment. Because like, that's what I always tell my students when I'm like teaching and stuff like that. It's like you have to figure out how to like love the process, right? You have to learn what the joy of drawing feels like. Because let me tell you, it don't stick around forever, you know. I'm sorry, John. Gorefield. The joys of a really disturbing cat meme. All right. Okay. Let's go ahead and scuff up the walls a touch. I forgot to do that. Does remind me though, I've been neglecting getting back into writing. I really want to. What the heck was that? There was a bright flash outside. But like orange and yellow, like a transformer or something like that blew up or something. Not like lightning. It didn't look like lightning. Not sure what that was. Some fried deer nuggets. Can't say I've ever had that there, Billy. Tried to have a good time. Yeah. Start mentioning food. Oh gosh, I am getting hungry. Doggone it, Billy. Freaking swear. You cruel, cruel little being. Little elf. Hanging out. Always mentioning horrible comic books. Yeah, I don't like that. Yeah, come on. It is funny though. I did really like develop a pretty smooth drawing hand when I was doing a lot of cleanup. That did kind of buff my ability. There we go. Okay, panel done. The only time I've ever eaten deer is a friend of mine had like deer hamburger basically, and we had burgers, so we had deer burgers. That was pretty good. All right. Well, I'm going to call it there, as much as I would like to get another panel done. I don't want to not eat much longer, so I'm probably going to have yakisoba tonight. Cook that with some chicken. Oh, dang it. I used all my rice, though. Maybe I'll do ramen tonight, then. Because I don't want to have to cook rice and then fry it. I'd rather just use, like, leftover rice to do that. Now, I have had elk burgers before. And I will say, elk burgers, really, really good. That stuff is delicious. Oh, I could go for some corn on the cob, man. Fried lice? Nah, not quite fried lice. I didn't say fried lice. I said fried rice. I'm sorry that my speech impediment makes it hard to understand me. Yakisoba, yeah, no, yakisoba, like, I mean, it's the friggin', like, in the bag from the, like, department store, or the grocery store kind, but, like, still, it's good, I like it. Some garlic butter and some, doggone it, Billy. Oh, gaslighting me there, Saki, I see. No, I'll do ramen tonight. Got plenty of chicken. I think I have a little bit of salmon left over as well that I need to get through. I probably will at some point. Didn't know you could get Yakuza over in North America. Over here in North America. Yeah, I mean, it's like I said, it's like basic noodles kind of thing. So it probably isn't like traditional yakisoba or anything like that, but it's good. Doggone, it is lightning. Oh crap. Well, power might go out then. Oh boy. No, I've never seen any of the Lethal Weapon movies. Oh, it is a nuke. Welcome, nuke. I'm just wrapping up, but we're talking about food, so I'm here for like a couple more minutes. I can show you what I did though. I did this panel, and I finished up this animation. Which I do like how this came out. Makes me happy. You only know that specific thing? Oh, that's funny. But yeah, this was a very productive day. I'm very happy, honestly. I got some stuff done. This is big. This is like, getting this out of the way is like a huge step in the right direction. Because the next panel shouldn't be as challenging, which should be nice. And then this panel will be challenging. This panel will be challenging. This one won't be too bad. This panel will be challenging. The rest of the page is going to be challenging, but like one step at a time. And then it's on to this page, which I'm going to rework a little bit. This panel in particular to make it so that he's already like climbing up, and it'll be like freakier. And then yeah, so this page shouldn't be too bad. Like I like the composition here. I like what it's got going and stuff. Dunking on Oppenheimer. Nuke will dunk on anyone. But yeah, so that's in store here. I want to get through this page if I can by the end of the week, at the very least. Oh yeah, and it's interesting what he was quoting. He was quoting the Hindi mythology? The Hindu mythology? But yeah, so still a lot of work to do. I'm gonna have to rework this one a little bit. I may resketch this one out. Quicker access to popcorn. Bhagavad Gita, yeah. Very classy there, Billy. I actually have a 1940s toaster. I love that thing. That thing's nice. Ferengi. Oh yeah, Billy's profile picture is a Ferengi. I forgot. All right, but okay, I am starting to get really hungry. It's late. I'm tired. Today was a really good day, though. Today was a good stream. We went for 5.5 hours. Not bad. I meant to get water a long time ago, actually. Yeah, Quark. Yeah, I thought so. So I will be back tomorrow. Probably, I'm gonna work on the comic first, just to get like a lot of progress in, and then I'm gonna do some more animating on this. So I'm basically gonna be bouncing between these two projects, essentially. Yeah, no, this was a good stream. It's been a long time since I've done a stream like that, but that's what happens when I, you know, don't work a job. I wish this could be my job, but maybe one of these days. But for now, I'm just gonna take what I can and give as much as I can to this work. Figure everything else out as I go. But yeah. All right. Have a good one, guys. Catch you later. Catch you tomorrow, hopefully. I'll probably start around the same time, around like 4-ish, maybe even earlier. I don't know. We'll see. Depends on if I need to get something else done. But yeah. Until then, take it easy. Have a good one. Honestly, Billy, like for real, that Art Chill stream made me feel a lot better about like just streaming and working on stuff. It was a good like stepping stone for sure. No, I really appreciate you putting that together or helping put that together. And I look forward to the next one. But once again, have a good one. Catch y'all later. Get some food if you haven't. Get some water because you need it, almost certainly. And yeah, hope to see you tomorrow. Goodbye.